All right. The music was so loud it messed with the timer. Hey, everybody. Hello, 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 and welcome in. Welcome into the Thursday edition of my Twitch stream. Hello, hello. Got a whole bunch of people out there. Sophia, and I saw Anita here, and Izzy is here. And welcome in, Eric. So glad you could join us today. So I actually was frantically trying to find a picture. I posted a thing on my Facebook, and I posted it in TWT and in the Multiverse group for a GoFundMe for one of my absolute favorite authors, especially growing up, Chelsea Quinn Yarborough. She passed away last month, and her estate has a GoFundMe up to help offset the medical bills from the last month of her life. So, well, actually the last couple years, because she had had some medical issues. And so I posted that. So if anybody's interested, I'll give you the link, or you can go look in the group or whatever. So I was frantically trying to find one of the pictures that I've taken, like one of the selfies I did with her, but I couldn't remember which year it was. So I was going through all of my Google Photos, like it was crazy. You know, I don't like the way that. There we go. Okay, so let me fiddle with my. There we go. Oop, wrong way. Doot, doot. I always do that. Okay, there we go. That's better. Sorry. Oh, and there's Ariel. Hello, Ariel. So that's what I was doing. Like for the last, I was writing the post and then I was trying to find this picture, and Google, like the search for Google Photos is useless. So I finally found it like manually, and it was from like 2017, the last photo I had with her. Although I saw her most recently was the last time she was at Dragon Con, which was in 2022. I think it was 2022, or it might have been 2023. And yeah, that was the last time I was able to see her. But she's fabulous. Anyway, so that's what I was doing. Like, you know, I had meant to go down and get some tea and, you know, maybe get something to eat because I, as usual, have not eaten yet. But I was all caught up in doing that because I wanted to make sure to get the word out about it. So yeah. Yeah, all the searches are useless. Although I use Brave as my browser, which is based on Chromium, but has more privacy things in place. And sometimes I have to go to Google because their search is not as robust as Google, just the search generally. But yeah. So let's see what folks have to say. Sophia says, this is why we use DuckDuckGo and tell Google to go fuck itself. Yes, also that. So anyway, and I wasn't talking about like Google search itself, but just like search of photos. So yeah. Anyway, how's everybody doing? And your little niece, Sophia, is the most adorable thing. Just so cute with those little pigtails. They look almost like little alien, little alien antennae. So it makes my heart happy. So thank you for sharing that with us. All right, Eric, you want to share with? I mean, let me put you on the spot right now. If you want to, you don't have to. We're all about consent here. But if you want to share with us what you write or what you're going to be working on, and I'm going to ask everybody to share.
Intensely, Eric just followed. Yay.
I love my little Australian yay. Sophia says she's eating food now, not solids, but like mush. I mean, that's how we all start. And that's also how we all end. It's very full circle. Ariel says, I had Dunkin' coffee for the first time in a couple years, and it wasn't terrible. I heard it's better up north. Yeah, most coffee is better up north, only because they're much more snobby about coffee. In my experience, having grown up in the north. Make it sound like it's like, north of the wall. So Sophia says, and she demands that she gets to hold the spoon herself, even though she totally can't. Yes, superior woman in training. I love it. Eric is very Fluttershy. Aw, it's okay. You don't have to share anything you don't want to. Joelle is here. Hello, Miss Joelle. How are you today? Izzy says, oh yes, Izzy's here. I'm sorry. I forgot to say hello when I was calling people out. Izzy's editing again, but working a bit on my new romance here and there. Ooh, fun. Eric is going... Oh, the yay was very Fluttershy. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. I was very confused for a moment. Because, time went by. I get lost. Eric is going to be editing narrations for Podcastle. I love that. Yay! Huzzah! You can always ask an Amazon self-published question, Joel. You can ask any question you want. Whether we have the correct answer, that remains to be seen. Ask away, my friend. Sophia says, I have chapter 17 open and ready for its last pass before posting on Saturday. You're doing so good. I'm so proud for you. You've accomplished so much with this gigantic fanfic. Honestly, you have accomplished so much. Time is a hell of a drug. Oh, for real. What is it even? It's just, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. He was completely accurate when he said that. So, yeah. So I did not last night get any of the stuff done that I also did not get done in the afternoon, except I was able to schedule all the things for my mom's stuff yesterday that I had to schedule. I let her know we have to have a slightly earlier than convenient blood draw on Monday. Oh, sorry, it's gonna be one of those days. It's gonna be one of those yawn every other word days. Although I did get a decent amount of sleep last night. I had weird dreams. I don't remember them, but I remember them being weird, but I don't remember what they are, which is very common for me when I have weird or bad dreams. The other night I had bad dreams, not nightmares, but bad dreams. I don't remember them at all, but I remember waking up and just thinking, oh, that was awful. And the thing is, when I sleep, I'm mostly a lucid dreamer, meaning I may not know in the moment I'm dreaming, but if something bad happens, I know I can pull myself out of it. So, like, usually when I start having a bad dream, I will wake myself up. Like, I will pull away from it so hard I wake myself up. And, but I didn't do it that night, which is how I know it wasn't like a nightmare or anything. It was just a bad dream. Music. All right. Let me let you know what music is, and I will try to remember to type it in. We've got some decent, selections. We were listening to pop. That's what we were listening to. I have to wait for oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we've got obviously my liked stuff. We've got chill guitars, industrial, lo-fi, melodic bass, melodic bass, pop, punk, reggae, spooky, and world. So yesterday we were playing spooky because you know they won't have spooky in October. Like, we won't see spooky again until like January, which is so stupid. So, all right. Ariel says, I'm finally in the mood to write, so I'm going to be brainstorming one of my story seeds. That's excellent. I believe, it would have been last night. On Wednesdays, Dalen is going to be doing something like a brainstorming and problem paragraph kind of thing. So that'll be fun too. Joelle says, okay, thanks. I'm going to set up my book series from Bell Bridge on Amazon. Not ready to pull the trigger, but I have to set up the books as drafts so I get the Amazon ISBNs. Any advice? I'm going to start a series page. My first piece of advice is to buy your ISBNs. Do not use the Amazon, because you're going to have to, you're going to have a different ISBN for Ingram. I would buy my ISBNs. I mean, I did buy my ISBNs. That would be my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice is to make sure that you have your rights reversion letter ready, because you will have to upload it. So yeah. So those are my big pieces of advice. Sophia says, okay, we're doing spooky. All right, we're doing spooky. Don't let me forget when we start the sprint. It's really not that scary. It's just a little spooky. I know. Ariel, Pretzel Rocks is just a whole universe unto itself. I don't know what's with it. Izzy said, I've also heard buying ISBN separately, not from Amazon, 100%. Joelle says, right, I know that, but it's expensive. I have 6 books to do, paperback and ebook. I completely understand that. Like 100 ISBN, 10 ISBNs it was 125. It may have gone up a little bit. But you can get 100 for like $600. And I know that's expensive, but you're going to have to do it at some point anyway, because Amazon doesn't play well with anybody, and anyway, I'm just saying, if you can do it, do that. Also, talk to Darren about which to do first if you're going to do Ingram as well. I can't remember the order. I know I accidentally do it the right way every time, but I can never remember the order. You should do one before the other. But Darren knows for sure, because he got caught up in that mess. If you're going to do either way. Do one before the other. Let's see. yeah, you have to pay for it. And if Vanessa's going to spend cash on anything, I'd rather it be something for the tribe. Oh, honey, I buy my own ISBNs. I want to own everything, including the ISBNs. I don't want somebody else to be able to own a piece of my stuff. So, yeah, okay. Can you share ISBNs when you buy that many at once? You mean with somebody else? In what I would do is you would need to probably create a company, like a publishing company in order, because again, that means that like if I've got some ISBNs available, and I've saved up the money to buy the bigger pack. I just haven't done it yet, because I haven't published anything ever in this decade, just about. So you can share, but that means the person you're sharing with doesn't have direct control of their ISBN either. I will talk to Darren. I've been talking to John, and he is anti-buying ISBNs. I understand that, and it's a different. But for me, it has more to do with I want control over that ISBN. I want control over it. Like all true capitalists, Amazon wants no competition and would prefer a monopoly. They've got a monopoly. They would just prefer to keep it. Yeah, 100%. Oh, you were talking about the Pretzel Rock channels. Okay, sorry. I was kind of confused. But yes, Pretzel Rock, I would have to pay for it to be able to get access to all the channels. And, it's not super expensive. I think it's like $60 a year or something, but I don't care enough. I don't care enough. That's really, basically, whether I do something or not always, but probably 75% of the time it comes down to I don't care enough. The other 25% of the time usually comes down to I'm completely overwhelmed and I don't know how to get all this shit done, and it's on the list but I haven't gotten to it. So that's basically how it shakes out for me. Anita says, I get an ISBN for Ingram but use the free one for Amazon, solves the duplication problem. Joel says, if I buy my ISBN, is it then the same ISBN for paperback on Ingram and Amazon? Yes. And the same for the ebook on Amazon and Ingram? Yes. Obviously, you have to have a different ISBN. You actually don't even need an ISBN for ebooks, but I still do it. Because I don't know if that's going to change in the future. So technically, you don't need an ISBN for ebooks. I don't know if you use Ingram, you have to have an ISBN for your ebook, because I think I only do paperbacks through. I don't remember how I do it. I haven't done it in a while. But yes, you have to have a separate ISBN for the paperback and for the ebook, but you use that ISBN wherever, for that particular format, wherever you upload your book. So if you upload to Draft to Digital, if you upload to Barnes & Noble separately, if you upload to any place, you use the same ISBN for that format. Yeah, Anita's lucky. She lives in Canada. They're not trying to kill their citizens there. Sophia says, ISBNs are such a handy communication tool, though. I'm reading this exact book. Did I miss something about a book? Or you're reading a book about ISBNs? I'm so confused. Oh, I understand what you mean. You're getting the same book that wherever you got the reference from, or whoever else is reading, it's the same book with the same ISBN. Yes, okay, now I understand. It took me a minute. I think Draft to Digital has free ISBNs for ebook, probably because you don't have to have an ISBN for ebooks. I do, because I'm paranoid and I don't trust any corporation to ever have my best interest at heart. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to. It comes down to I don't trust corporations, and I don't want to say I don't trust the government, but I don't always trust the people who are in control of the government to do right by me. So yeah, so I buy all my ISBNs, I assign my ISBNs, and especially like if I decide to produce audiobooks myself, although I think I want to go try to submit to some of the audiobook like Tantor or Sound Booth, and see if they'll do them. They'd be interested in doing them. Anyway, So I hope that answers your question. And I know John is anti buying ISBNs, but I don't care. I am pro ISBN. And again, it just comes down to your own personal, like what you're comfortable with. I'm just not comfortable with Amazon owning the ISBN that is assigned to my book. But other people are perfectly comfortable with that. And that is 100% valid as well. You know, it just, again, it's how you view things, how you view the world, and what you want for yourself. That's all. I'd love to know why John is against buying them. I don't know personally. Maybe Joelle can clue us in, but I think also it may have something to. John is very pro author, and for him, it may be about not having to spend money on every, like all this money or giving money to the government or whatever. It could be stuff like that. He and I have never really talked about that specifically ourselves, so I can't speak to that. John has a good, John is he knows his stuff. And so we just have different perspectives of that particular thing. It is a financial thing. He did a really good YouTube video on it. Yeah. And I suspected it was something like that. But for me, I'm too much of a control freak for that. So yeah. John's a good guy. He is very pro author. He is very he's good. So that was the only thing I could think of that might possibly sway his opinion. So, okay. But y'all, we need to get going. And Joelle, if you have additional questions, please feel free to put it in the chat and we can talk about it there. Yeah. So I am going to, like I said, I was doing that post and stuff. So I don't, I'm going to make a list, which I was supposed to do yesterday, but then got sidetracked by all the stupid shit I had to do. Others got distracted by. I'm going to make a list. Yes, I have the music up. I'm like, okay, I have to do that. Actually, I'm going to cue up the spooky right now. So I remember. Okay, so it's paused. All right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I'm just going to figure out, I need to send several emails to the directors. I usually do all of my information in one big long email, but I feel like they would prefer shorter emails on individual topics. So I'm going to try that, see how that goes. Thank you for sharing that link, Joelle. I'm going to open it up in the background and I'll watch it later when I'm not on here. Yes, I also agree that paying for ISBNs is a huge scam. I agree with him 100%. That's the kind of the title of it. It is a huge scam, but unfortunately, like so many other things owned by corporations, and government, we don't, Anyway, so we just have different perspectives, and it really comes down to your own perspective, your own risk profile, and your own financial situation. So...
Parker 112 just followed. Yay.
Thank you so much for the follow. I almost said for the Parker. For the follow, KM Parker. And I feel like you are in the TWT group. I feel like I've seen you in there recently. You're one of the new folks, I think. So welcome in. Glad you could join us. Okay, y'all. If you haven't, I knew it. What's your first name? The K. I can't get it in my head right now. Those of you who haven't shared what you're working on today, please feel free to do that in the chat. Kenneth! Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate that. I might forget. So I have a friend who is Kimberly Parker. And so I always think Kay Parker as a woman. So if I misgender you for that, it's because of that. Just correct me. I take correction very well. So, thank you, Kenneth. Oh, that's your mom's name. See? All right. So, let us know what you're working on in the chat so we can cheer you on. We are going to, for those who are new, we do 20-minute sprints. We usually do 2 and then take a break, and we do 2 and then we take a break, and then I lose track of when we had a break, and someone has to tell me. And then we just keep going until I get tired. we usually end about 3. That's my usual end time. But like yesterday, we went till about 4. So it just depends on, me and when I get tired of being on camera, really. So, all right. I'm going to try to figure out exactly what I need to be sending my directors so that I can actually work on those emails. All right, y'all. So we got 20 minutes on the clock, and we're going to have music courtesy of Sophia. So we will have spooky music. And I know, Eric, in the stream yesterday that I popped into Valerie's stream last night before I went to bed, and we were talking about streams and how we don't do music on my stream very often. But Sophia is one of the people who typically will buy music, along Sophia and Coral often, and sometimes Danielle. But so like the very first sprint you're involved in, Eric, we have music. But it'll be good. Spooky music is fun. And it has no lyrics. I don't have lyrics in the music that I play on my stream. And if it does have lyrics, I fast forward through it. So, all right. Thank you, Sophia, for the music today. And off we go. All right, y'all. That's the timer. How'd you do? As I mentioned, I got sidetracked. Continual is an online convention. Continual. Um, it's the con that never ends. And so every quarter there are there's a sign up sheet for different topics and things. And usually I go through and I'm like, I can't speak on that, or I can't speak, or I don't know enough about that, or I'm not a big enough fan about that particular fandom and stuff. But this time there were 3 panels that I signed up for. So they did one on Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough, and they did one on ethics in writing, and then one on, what's the other one on? Oh, The Lost Boys, the movie, which, you know, that's my era. Those are my vampires. Those are my men. So, yeah. So, I signed up for 3 of them, which makes me happy because I always feel bad because I'm always included on that early sign up, but I hardly ever sign up for anything because I'm not a big enough fan of anything to like warrant being able to speak with authority on those things. So, Ink and Play is here. Hello, my friend. Hello, Autumn. How are you today? Doing the dishes. Excellent. Being productive. I like it. Sophia edited 10 pages and remembered she had some rosé to drink. No. You edit sober. You write drunk and you edit sober. I'm kidding. Drink your rosé, babe. Locke is back. Hey, Dalen. It's good to see you. I was just talking about you and the thing that you're doing on Wednesday nights. So yes, awesome. Yes, Eric, Lost Boys Forever. Love that movie. Freaking love that movie. Yes. And Kenneth got 500 words. Awesome. Great job. Izzy organized 2 rows on one of her shelves and edited a bit. Yes. Good job. Autumn is doing good, and y'all scrolling real fast. And will write when she can. Yes, with a young child, it can be challenging. Sophia says, wait, Autumn, you do have a young child, right? Sophia says, my favorite vampire book is a standalone, Susie Sharness, by the way, very good in exploring the vampire myth from a biological point of view. She is an excellent writer. Susie Sharness. Yes, I like her. She was one of my favorites too when I was young. Quinn was my absolute favorite, and she was just lovely to meet and interact with. Anita sent an email, procrastinated, and edited a line. Even when you procrastinate, you're still productive. You're like the person I want to be. Ariel says, I started creating a list of genres and tropes to help me with brainstorming. That's cool. There's not a lot of alcohol in this rosé. All right. Fair. Izzy has a hard time focusing when the office, library, sewing room is a mess, so I've been steadily working through the hotspots. Same. I actually cleared off my desk on Saturday. I mean, I have another pile here, but it's not bad. It's mostly mail that I haven't gone through yet. But this big pile that I had over here, I went through. So, like, I understand that entirely. When and I'm not a neat freak by anybody's standards, but when it gets to a certain point where it then creates clutter in my mind, and that's not good for my productivity at all. So I understand that entirely. Dalen says, except this last one, which I had to cancel. Not sure if anyone would have gone, though. Hasn't been great turnout yet, but I'll keep going till we get there. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Until it becomes... And I haven't put it on the calendar yet. I need to put it on the calendar. That's one of the things on my to-do list, is to get the calendar properly updated. So, yeah. It takes a while. It takes a little while. To get, because it takes a while for people to realize it's a thing, and then it takes a while for them to incorporate it into their schedule. And especially with the workshops, if you're not struggling with anything, it's unlikely they're going to show up, right? I mean, some will because they just want to be helpful, but most people are going to come because they do have a thing that they're struggling with. So yeah, it's just a time a matter of time. Autumn says, I just mean that when I clean the kitchen and get dressed, oh, you're an aunt. Okay, so we have another Autumn. And I know you're not the same Autumn because you're in the US and they're in Israel. So I know you're not the same Autumn, but my brain still gets confused and it comes out my mouth before I stop it. Yes. Cool, cool. Shellinator! Hello, friend! How are you today? Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to see you here. We just finished our first sprint, so you're in great time to get stuff done with us, if that's what you'd like to do. Had an unexpected thing you had to deal with, but now you're here! You're here! Huzzah! Hang on. You're here! Awesome! I love it. Also... Okay, sorry. Yes, I'm the one who's, yes, I know you're the one who's trying to do the schedule. I mean, I do have that association. But yes, but sometimes I get my autumns confused, clearly. All right. So I mentioned that I'd forgotten to start luring our new spirit. So we're going to take a minute to try to do that real quick. So, I used to have trouble sleeping on night trains. So we're definitely sleeping. Until I found a cozy spot inside the train, so we're sleeping inside, and started counting sheep as fields roll by. So we need the fields, and we need nighttime. Okay, so we need nighttime. There's night. And then we need fields. Fields. So this one. And then we need sleeping. Where? Oh, activity. Here we go. Sleeping. Ah, there we go. And now we have our little circle going here, so we can start luring our new spirit. I'm glad they didn't have sound because I get annoyed when they have sound. So, let's see. Dalen said, plus it will take a while before people get up to come seeking help. A lot of new writers like me are desperate to talk through our writing, but also don't want to talk about it due to various anxiety issues. Absolutely. That is super common. And I think once people realize, like once they understand that the spaces we create are safe spaces to be vulnerable in that way, it will be more common. Because, you know, we get a lot of participation when we do those in the Sunday evening sprints Sunday evening discussions. So yeah, it's just a matter of setting up that environment and people coming. That's all. Well, bless you, Shellinator. I hope you didn't sneeze out all your brains. I hope you left some in there. That's so funny. Kenneth says, try and scoop empathy back up quick. Yes, for real. Okay, I don't know. Blahaj? I don't know what that means. Y'all let me in. Let me in on the joke. So there's so many jokes that happen that I just have no idea. And a huge part of it is because I'm not particularly dialed into lots of things because I'm old and, again, I don't care. Oh, it's a little shark from IKEA. Yay! A little shark plush that is now a queer and trans icon. Oh my gosh, that makes me happy. I love that. Oh, speaking of which, I should introduce you to one of our channel mascots. This is Octomuse. Octomuse is gender fluid, so you'll hear me using different pronouns for him at different times. And also he stands as a warning to my husband when I am grumpy pants, which is not super common. I'm not particularly grumpy in general. I think he needs a little wash. He's looking a little dingy. So I think I might have to give him a little wash. So, but that is Octomuse. Hello. So yes. So that is our fun little mascot. Okay, but we got to get back into this. We all need a wash from time to time. I also need a wash. I need to grab a shower. I'm not going to do it during the stream though. But I'm going to go off camera for the first couple of minutes of this because, again, I did not go get tea before I started this. Oh, how about that? This is the old name of the group. But yeah, so I did not get a chance to go get tea or go get food. So probably during this sprint, I'm going to do those things. So I'm going to be off camera for most of the sprint, although I will be back at the desk. But when I'm eating, I try not to expose y'all to that mess. So the cats ignore the Octomuse. The cats ignore everything. We also have it. This is Floof. He is one of our newer. I mean, he's been around a while now, but he's one of our newer. I think I've had him for about a year, a little over a year, because I got him. I think last year at Dragon Con, Darren Kennedy gifted him to me because he knows me. So this is Floof and Octomi or Lila Woo. Oh, here he is. Here's Lila Woo. He's one of our other channel mascots. Oh, he also travels with me to conventions. Although he's a little raggedy, he needs some thread care. So I need to get him to his creator, and she will fix the threads for me. Oh, the one that escaped. Yes, he came back. He came back in. You remember at the tail end of the stream, my husband let me know. So I went downstairs and exposed him to my wrath via Snuggles. So yeah, so he's doing fine. I'm still very annoyed at him, but he's doing fine. Oh, ad. I don't. Oh, I wasn't on the Twitch side, so I didn't get the warning. I was on the multi-stream. So, all right. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started, and then we'll chat during the break. Okay, I'll be back. I'm, like I said, off camera for a few minutes. All right, here we go. 20 minutes. Let's do it. All right, y'all. How'd you do that round? I ate a yummy lunch. Not very good for my cholesterol level, but it was very tasty. And I got more tea. The only thing I didn't do is use the restroom, which I'm going to need to do in a moment. But luckily, we have a break. So check in. Let us know how you did that round. We take about 5 minutes or so. So if you need to get something to eat, something to drink, use the facilities. This is the time we set aside to do that. You can do it or not. I'm not your mom. You ain't got to listen to me. But at the very least, if you've been with me this whole time and you've been sitting, get up out of your chair and do a little stretch. Walk around the office or wherever you are just to get your body moving a little, get your blood pumping a little bit, because that's going to be very helpful when you get to be my age. All right, I did not do enough of that when I was younger. All right, Sophia is on page 18 out of 27 of this chapter. You're over halfway done. Excellent, excellent. I need to edit it without procrastination. You're going to have to teach me how to do that. For real, for real. Ariel got more tropes down. Didn't realize how many I like. You don't have to do all of them. You can save some for future work. Izzy edited a bit. Excellent. Kenneth only got 300 words this time, but looked up some German words I needed. Excellent. We don't do the O word here. We don't do only. You literally have 300 more words than you had 20 minutes ago. That is fabulous. You did great. There is no only here. Even if you got 10 words, you did great. Izzy says, love when they cut off our water without warning. Oh my God, I hate that. They were doing a bunch of construction a couple years ago. They were replacing some water mains or something. I don't know. But yeah, we had that same thing. Same thing. It's so annoying. And you know, when you're in an apartment, at least they give you warning. Like they put a thing on your door. Hey, we're going to have water worked on in 3 days. You're not going to have water for 36 hours or whatever. But like when you're in a subdivision, you don't get that kind of warning. It's just not there. So let's see. Ooh, Izzy's going to help you with your German. Ariel says I'm building a general list to pull from for future books. And that's awesome. Except in the future, you're going to have different interests. I'm just saying. So, all right. But you know what's a really good place if you don't want to just like make that list. If you just want to look, check out tvtropes.com. They've got pretty much every trope you could ever possibly think of. It's mostly fantasy-ish based, but not entirely. Eric says, I figured out a way to make very expensive software poop its pants regardless of how many processors you have. Subsequently, found a way to not. Goodness.
Rose Evenstar 21 just redeemed Octomuse.
Oh, yay, Rosie! Thank you so much. So, for those of you who are new, one of the rewards for with channel points is me wearing Octomuse on my head for the time of a sprint. However, we are about to take our break, so I'm not going to put it on my head right now. I am not going to put him up there, but I am going to put him on my keyboard so I remember to do it before the next sprint. So welcome in, Miss Evenstar. Eric says, so not very productive. Autumn says, okay, I'm at my desk now, I can write. Just in time for the break. Great job. All right. Okay, so the other reminder I want to give you before I run off to use the bathroom and then come back is if you have not as yet taken your meds, and you should have taken your meds by now, please take them. I mean, again, you don't have to, not your mom. However, you know you should, because they're your meds. They're yours. All right, so I'm going to put 5 minutes on the little red clock, the little red timer that will show during the be right back screen. And then, oh, I should add that, Shell. Let me have a look. No, it's perfectly fine. But let me go in and have a look and see what I need to add. There's about to be an ad, so I think I'm going to preempt it and just go ahead and run it here at the beginning of the break. So I'm going to be right back. I shouldn't be long. And then we'll talk a little bit more, and I'll also try to check out. Actually, I'm going to add that to my list of stuff to do on the Discord. Let's see, Discord roles, because I don't know if I'm gonna actually do it like immediately, but I will look into it. You're absolutely welcome in there, and if you want to, you can just pick something to get in, and then and then we can go back and change it later. I give you my approval for that. So, all right, I'm gonna be right back, and we're still luring our spirit. So y'all be right back if you need to, and we'll meet right back here. I'm gonna keep the spooky channel on for Sophia since she purchased that earlier. So be right back, y'all. That song, that particular song that was playing reminds me of the Halloween, the little Halloween cartoons. Yeah, so I liked it. All right. So super weird. The ad didn't run when I pressed the button, and it's running now. So there's a bunch of people who can't hear me. So sorry. Um, let's see. Let me scroll back up. Rose, how are you doing? What are you working on today? I'm assuming day job stuff. Um, do 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 do. Shell says, for the record, I'm perfectly fine with just assuming the existing roles of what do you work in instead of what do you write. But the rules say write, and Autism Brain says that means I should check in to make sure I'm not barging into a space that is not meant for me. I appreciate you asking that, and I'm very similar. I'm very much a... I don't think I'm autistic. I always, like, I don't have most of the traits, but that is definitely one that I relate to. Like, these are the rules. That's how it works. These are the rules. Yeah, so, Yeah, so no, you are absolutely welcome in there, of course. Sophia says, I think getting an editing point of view is often welcome in many of the discussions on the Discord or on Facebook. Agreed. Agreed. Okay, the ad should be over and hopefully y'all, I don't know. Anyway, I agree with Sophia about, yeah, I'm also an editor. I've been an editor for almost 20 years. So yeah, I mean, yes, you are 100% welcome. Yes, and Izzy asks, what kind of editing do you do? That's an excellent question. All right, so Rose purchased the Octomuse, so that requires me to first put up my hair, which is now finally long enough that I can do. Hang on, the break timer just went off. Okay, so my hair is finally long enough to put up properly, except for this side is not quite long enough, so it never actually goes up. But that's okay, it's fine. We're all friends here. You don't care if I have a few hairs out of place. Honestly, I don't care if I have a few hairs out of place. Okay, but that's not going to work the way I did it. All right, so let's try this again. So we put the hair up in the hair stick. And then we pop Octomuse onto the hair stick. Because I did once try to do it without a hair stick and actually try to balance it on my head, and that was just not ideal. Okay, so it's not, I've got to redo it. It's not tight enough. All right, so what are the options again? Actually, I'm going to type them in. Hang on. I do not have enough hands. Sorry about that, y'all. Phlegm. So I found that when I eat a lot of cheese, I get the So I'm sure it's my body telling me I'm eating too much cholesterol, which is why I've been mostly cutting back. All right, now he is firmly placed on my head. Okay, just day job here for Rose. All right, stations are my liked stations, chill guitars, industrial, lo-fi, melodic bass, pop, punk, reggae, spooky, and world. Izzy, the plot bunnies, if you click on it, it'll give you a menu. And that's how Rose bought the Octomuse. That is how Ariel bought music. So you have all these things that you can spend your plot bunnies on. And that's actually how we are having a 6-hour stream on Saturday. Because everybody contributed plot bunnies to that community challenge. And you don't pay for plot bunnies, they just accumulate. Oh man, y'all, this train ride is making me a little car sick. Hang on. Whoops, that's not what I want. How do I slow that down? It is under decor. And this, I'm slowing this because I've got it in front of me. There we go, that's better. I'm so sorry. I've got it in front of me, but then also on this screen on my left, which means it's just like, it's like I'm literally in a vehicle, and it was just making me a little sick to my stomach. All right. So anyway, the plot bunnies accumulate as you hang out in the stream, and then you can use them for any of those things that I listed. Okay. Ariel, posture check. I see what you're doing there. I'm trying to balance an Octomuse on my head. What do you want from me? All right, so let me actually do that a little. Okay. Thank you for the posture check. Okay, so Ariel wants punk. I knew I could count on you. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Hang on. Dang it. Hang on, let me try something again. I think oh, okay, there we go. Good. Okay, I have to wait for the stations to populate again because I hit a thing. Okay, so punk. All right, so I've got it queued up and we're ready. So one of the things is I try not to play any music that has lyrics in it, but some of the stations, whoever uploads the stuff will also check that it's instrumental when it's not. So if you hear me forwarding through songs, it's almost always for that reason, or because I just don't like the sound of that song. Shell said, I learned the hard way that just doing one thing in one genre means my ADHD gets fussy and then clients do not get my best work. Oh, wait, hang on. So let me go back. Shell does most everything, developmental, line, copy, and proofreading, also manuscript evals and sensitivity reading. I work in everything from short stories to novels to poetry to comic books for self-publishers, small presses, and large publishers. I work mostly in speculative fiction, but also creative nonfiction. The variety keeps my ADHD happy. Yes, Octomuse is adorbs, right? Yes. So the original idea of this was that all of my muesli inspiration is funneled through Octomuse into my brain. That's the theory. So I also have terrible posture. So thank you for that. I always have to remember to keep my shoulders back. That's my issue, is keeping my shoulders back. I almost picked pop, but I can't turn down punk. Well, it's not like you can't do it again. So we will be having music this round. I will have to adjust the volume because my computer just changes volume on things randomly. So I'll have to adjust the volume a little bit. I did start the list of the emails that I need to send. So I'm probably going to start on one of them. And I feel like there's something that I need to send them first. And I'm losing my brain in what it is. Sophia says, I really want potato chips right now. But you have rosé. Okay, let's get into this, y'all. We got another 20 minutes on the clock. I'm going to try to do emails. We'll see how that goes. So, 20 minutes. Let's do it, y'all. Okay, y'all. Sorry, I was trying to jam, but I didn't want to throw the Octomuse off my head. So, Thank you, Rose, for the Octomuse redeem. Huzzah. And thank you, Ariel, for our punk rockin' music. Awesome, awesome. How'd everybody do? So I actually did get into my email. There were a couple things. There are some strings I've been following up on that I needed to. So I'm working on those things. Yeah, so I still haven't even started the email for the directors yet. But hang on. Let me fix my face now. Okay, so yeah, I haven't even started that yet. But I did figure out a way to get my pretzel rocks to be slightly less annoying. Not fixed, but anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's see. How did everybody do? Woo, Octomuse. Rose made it back from getting her foods just in time. Just in the nick of time. Sophia finished editing the chapter. Good job. Good job. It took a long time. I kept getting distracted. I feel that deeply in my heart. Kenneth got another 400 words to put them over the daily 1,000 words goal. Huzzah! Huzzah, my friend! Great job. Great job. Izzy got some good editing done. Excellent, excellent. Anita finished editing a passage. It's like all the editing has been great. And now there's another ad break, because of course there is. All right. So, we did lure our next spirit, but I figure we'll wait until after the next sprint since people have the ad going on, and we will come back to it unless I just talk through the ad, and then we'll do it then. Let's see. Joelle ate lunch and then had a square of dark chocolate. It was medicinal. Of course. Of course. All chocolate is medicinal. It's like a given. Rachel Taylor, welcome in, my friend. Good to see you today. Hello, hello, hello. Joined during the last sprint, taking a break from day job stuff for a few minutes and trying to figure out some formatting stuff on Partridge. Excellent. Good, good. Glad you could join us. Good to see you. We haven't seen you in here in a while, so I'm glad to have you here. All right. We're going to go ahead and jump into the next sprint because I still have some messages to send and stuff. And I just got, an email response. Oh, no. An email response to an email I did send. So, let's see. Izzy said, my cat just snuck in and screamed at me, scared the crap out of me. Mine did that today when I went downstairs. So the little orange cat that you guys sometimes see here is very old and, in the last little part of her life. And she is deaf. And also she was an outdoor cat for the first 15 years of her life. So she did not meow very much. So she has this very whiskey sounding. She's like the Janis Joplin of orange cats. And so she also doesn't regulate her temperature her volume because she's deaf. So I went downstairs, and you come down our stairs from up here, and then there's the kitchen doorway just on the right. It's just an open archway. And then on the other side, if you're standing at the base of the stairs where that wall comes out to where the archway is, directly on the other side of that is the door down to the basement, my husband's office. So I come down, and she's sitting right there in front of the basement door. And I come down, and as I come around, she sees me before I see her, and she's like, "Meow!" I was just it scared the hell out of me. So I completely understand that. I completely get that. Ariel goes, I realized I was going down a little bit of a rabbit hole with the tropes list and decided to focus on the current story I'm brainstorming. Excellent. I'm glad you came to that decision. I worked on that for a little bit and then took a break. Good, 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 good. Rachel Taylor says, I've missed coming too. Darn life getting complicated and busy. Dang it. Yes, I'm the same. All right. So should we jump in or should we meet our new spirit? I want to meet our new spirit. Is that okay? Can we take a minute to do that, y'all? I want to meet our new spirit here in... Okay, go away. Go away. Go away, Discord thing. I hate that. And it doesn't go away. There we go. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me turn off the timer for a second. Okay, y'all, we're gonna meet our new spirit. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love it so much. It's a little sheep. Bush sheep. Okay, let's read about bush sheep. Oh my god, I love it so much. These fluffy sheep spirits are easily found peppered throughout the long stretches of fields between towns. But spotting one that's awake is a whole other story. Bush sheep are known to be incredibly docile and sleepy, slumbering for upwards of 20 hours a day. Sounds like my husband. They love to plop down in warm, sunny spots in the countryside where there's little to no shade and nap there for days on end. In fact, they move so little that moss and flowers gradually grow over its fleece, giving them a fuzzy, glassy coat that's great for resting your head on. Fuzzy, grassy, not glassy. That would be a different thing. The reason bush sheep doze off so much is that their puffy coats produce magical spores with sleep-inducing magic that even they themselves aren't immune to. Since learning this, bush sheep wool has become, excuse me, a popular material for making blankets and pajamas out of. But if you're experiencing insomnia, instead consider adopting a bush sheep companion. They love having friends to nap alongside and take great pride in helping others sleep more comfortably. The warm greens and golds of the sun moss fields countryside have a magic of their own, captivating you with daydreams of simpler times and simpler lives. Those who yearn for a less hectic lifestyle often move to one of the rural towns that are scattered throughout the long stretches between urban areas. Farmers, artists, craftspeople, and plenty of spirit companions stay to enjoy the quaint comforts of this more secluded lifestyle. City folk eagerly look forward to all sorts of organic foods, lovingly handcrafted goods, and one-of-a-kind art pieces brought to sell at the weekly markets and fairs throughout town. Oh my god, they're so cute. Okay, so we're gonna make, I want a different, thing. I think I want this one. But I also want it not nighttime. Go back. Lighting, let's make it afternoon. We are gonna stop sleep. We're gonna add our new little spirit. Let's go see our options. Sorry, I just like the way it looks over its shoulder. Y'all know what I'm gonna pick. There's yellow. Look at how cute. And pink. And purple. And sort of white-ish. But y'all know what I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna pick this guy. Look at that! How cute is that baby? Okay, so that's what we're doing. And then we're gonna do a different activity. Look at, he's sleeping, his little head, like you can't see his eyes. All right, how about we're reading together? I like that one. Oh my god, y'all, it's so cute. Okay. I'm a dork. It's adorable though. All right. Oh, Autumn got 55 words. Great job. Great job. Yeah, super precious. Does it ever feel sheepish? I imagine often. I would like to be a bush sheep and sleep 20 hours a day, please. Like sloths. Sloths move so slow that moss grows on them. They should have made it a sloth. That's what they should have done. Yeah, the gray one is cute too, but I'm definitely a red girl, so I'm always gonna pick red first. I'll do other colors too later, but I always pick red first. All right, y'all. That was fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for indulging me. So let's get back into it. So I've got 20 minutes on the clock. No music this time. Here we go. we go. That's the end of that sprint. Welcome in, Valerie. Glad to see you today. Glad to see you today. Izzy just grabbed some salad. Super hungry. Proud I made it through 3/4 of my water goal already. Yes. Oh.
Thino_J_released just followed. Yay.
Yay! Well, thank you for the follow, new friend. Glad to have you in here with us. Let's see. Theno trips, fumbles, flips, and trips, trips, tumbles, flips, and fumbles with the booms of thunder out of a silvery mist made up of letters, symbols, and numbers. TJ falls comically down through the air and face plants the follow button with dramatic flair. I love your entrance, my new friend. Excellent. I love it. Welcome in. Glad you could join us, TJ. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Dalen's back. Getting chicken and rice for lunch. Good. Narrators make it seem so easy on Audible. It's true. I'm actually usually much better at reading aloud. But for some reason, those particular words in that particular order messed my tongue up. My tongue was like, I no longer know what to do right now. So welcome in. Glad you could join us. Let us know what you're working on today if you feel comfortable doing that. We just finished a sprint. We're getting ready to jump into another one, so you made it in good time. Joelle says, Amazon cut me off. I can't do more than 3 books at one time. Yeah, that's to stop the AI people from uploading like 15 different books. So yes, you absolutely have to space it out. So, yeah, it's annoying for us because we can never have good things because of assholes. That's really how it goes. TJ peels their face off the button and says hello. Kenneth switch gears to working on a horror article. What's the article about? Like what aspect of horror are you writing about? Got some good words in on that too. Awesome. I know, right, Valerie? We can never have nice things because people are assholes. That's really what it is. Anita finished all the minor edits. Huzzah! Hang on. Huzzah! Now must stop avoiding the problem story that needs a pacing fix. Oh, it didn't work. Damn it. I have one that goes, aww, but apparently the buttons broke. So, sorry, I'll just have to fix it and give it to you later. Ads. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to pop it. Why are my things not going? Is that gonna work? There we go. Oh, you heard it? Did you hear the awe? Oh, good. Well, that's super weird because I didn't hear it. I mean, I did the crowd cheering, and then there was an awe. Oh, no, yeah, no, the yay. The yay is the crowd. Well, there was crowd cheering, and then there was the... Oh, lag. Yeah, no. I have... It doesn't matter. Anyway, the awe didn't work. So, all right, so I've been working on... Again, none of the emails I'm supposed to be writing, but I have been dealing with, there's a contract that we're going to be doing, and I'm just noting some incorrect pieces of it. Nothing bad, just, you know how sometimes if you're doing a service, you'll sometimes take an old contract and be like, and just change the appropriate, they miss changing something is all. So let's see. No worries, Valerie. TJ is back. I didn't know you were gone. And to answer what I'm working on, I have a few works planned. I have a new rom-com idea I'm planning out. Oh, that's exciting. Yay for rom-com. Welcome back, Ariel from Adland. Yeah, and I put the thing about Amazon Prime. If you're a Prime member, you can connect your Prime and your Twitch accounts and or your Amazon and your Twitch accounts, and then you get one free support per month, and you can give it to any creator you like, and then you don't get any ads. So Kenna says, my wife has indicated it is lunchtime, so gonna split. Thanks for the sprints. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us, Kenneth. We'll be back here next. Actually, we'll be back here Saturday. Saturday we have a 6 hour stream starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So just pop in if you're around on Saturday. I'll be here for 6 hours. We won't be doing sprints the whole time, but definitely on and off. There'll be a lot more talking. So yeah. Dalen was also in Adland when his post came up. Yeah, Audible does seem to make it easy. I had to scroll back and remember. I did say it. And what I said during that time was that, like, I'm usually really good at reading out loud, even if I haven't seen the material before. But it's, for some reason, those 4 words made my brain break. Or actually my tongue. My tongue couldn't keep up with it. Awesome, Kenneth. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Ciao, friend. Rose says, oh, I'll have to remember Saturday. I think Kofu is going to have a work overtime on Saturday, so I'll need something to do. Well, then you'll come hang out with me. Maybe we could even do like you could pop in for a co-stream thing. I've got a collab cam, theme here. I don't know. I've never done the collab on Twitch, so I don't know how it would work, but we could maybe do that for a little while on Saturday if you want. TJ says, I have a few titles that have whittled down from 13 or so down to 3 or 5, but I don't know which one suits it best. The titles, When Love Refuses to Choose, The Petals of a Mikadano's Heart, and What is a Polycule and Why Does Ours Work? Starting a Polycule That Grew Bigger Than Planned. So those last 2 sound like nonfiction, not like rom-coms. And actually, none of them sound like rom-coms to me. The first 2 sound like just straight up romance. And the last 2 sound like nonfiction. So, are you one of those people who has to have a title before you can start working? I have friends like that, and I am not like that. As a matter of fact, titles are the generally last thing I get because I am bad at them. So, you're one of those people, Izzy, that needs a title to start writing? Yeah, I'm not one of those people. And my thing is I'm bad at titles. And so I always hope that by the time I get to the end of the book, some title will come to me. Unless, like, sometimes I will get struck with a title at the very beginning. And I get one of those a year on average. I get one good title a year on average. And then every other one I have to get other people to help me because I'm awful at it. One year I got the good title for a class I was writing, so all the things, all the stories I wrote that year had awful titles. So the last 2 are the type of titles you get for Eastern light novels. Excellent, cool, awesome. Ariel says, I like When Love Refuses to Choose. Dalen says, poly-commitment issues. Izzy says, struggled to pick one for the new romance yesterday. Working titles are So This Is Love and What Love Feels Like. I like So This Is Love. I like that one. That's a good one. I mean, the other one is fine too, but that one hits me more than the second one. Valerie says, I often have a working title and figure out the right one somewhere along the way. Yeah, Dalen, Sean helps me with titles probably more than I would like to admit. TJ says, I need a title after I've done world building, but before actually writing it. So it's like, it's your process. Like, you world build, you title, you write. Joel says, when did you say we are doing a 6-hour event? That's going to be this Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. Izzy says, I am obsessed with my witchy title novel, She Knows Your Sorrows. Ooh. That's very emotive, you know? That's a good one. I like it. Joel says, check how many books are called So This Is Love. Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. But if it's a book title that's really good. So Valerie says, part of figuring out the right one for me involves searching Amazon and Goodreads to see what's taken. Like, Joelle and Valerie are completely on the same page. So This Is Love might conjure Disney vibes in some people. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's why it's only a working title. I searched them both up. Autumn says, my title for this dark academia cottagecore is Heartlock. Ooh, I like that. I do like compound words like compound single words as title. Like the new project that has caught my attention that I haven't been able to get back to in the last couple of weeks since DragonCon. The title is Witch Marks. So, which I really, really liked. Um, I want. Izzy's like, I'm ready. Is it done yet? That's what the sprints are for. Okay, let's get back to it. Um, oh no, I don't know. I don't know that book. Mine is Witch Marks with an S. But maybe I need to think about it. Um, yeah, maybe I need to, because I haven't, it's just the thing that came to me. I'll probably stay with it, but I'll definitely also go check out what else is out there. My nose is itching. Meh. Meh. So, Izzy says, what love feels like came to me first because she can read other people's emotions and isn't used to having love in her life. I wonder if you can think of it in terms of like secondary kind of like she's not feeling it directly. Like I wonder if you can kind of focus in on that part because that seems like the important bit of that. Um, do 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 do. Anita says, my working title for the steampunk heist novel is The Infernal Gamble. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Dalen says, my wider project is called Forged Frame Series, both because it is part of the world, and I can abbreviate it with FFS. Excellent thinking. I like it. Valerie says no S on the other version. I think it did win some awards though, so there might be confusion. Yeah, that's a good thing to think about. Oh, that's annoying. Polk's Witchmark won a World Fantasy Award, so it's pretty high profile. So now I'm super annoyed because now I have to think of a different one. Meh. Anyway, it's fine. It's not. I haven't even started writing it yet, so it's fine. Valerie and I just shared a brain cell. It's working so hard. Yeah, I have a very good friend of mine and we talk about how we share a brain. And like when one of us is feeling stupid, it's just like, hey, can I borrow the brain for a little while? Because I could really use it right now. So yeah. TJ says, I have something to admit and it might be a surprise. This is my graduation account from my previous one because peeps kept asking if I was writing. Oh, you're fanfictionaire guy. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back, TJ. I haven't seen you in a long time. Nice to see you. Glad to have you in. Valerie says, my book was Imposter Syndrome, then it became Made You Look. You have to say that one out loud to get it. And then the marketing people wanted witch in the title, so it became Witch You Would. Oh, that's a good one. That's good. That's good. And it's a cute cover, too. I like the cover a lot. So yes, hi, yay. I should have known by your entrance that it was you because you have the best entrances like that. So I really should have known. And I was like, okay, this is really cool. And I couldn't remember who did it, but now, yes. Anyway, I should have known it was you. Welcome back, friend. So yeah, see, Rose remembers you as well. Yeah, and Joelle, that cover's cute. I actually think I still have it up in one of my tabs. I think it's in, is it in this tab? I think it's in this tab. I have it up somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember where I put it, but it's a super, super, super cute cover too. So, feel free to drop the link again. Yeah, it was a dead giveaway. Like it's very specific to you. Yes, it is. And hopefully you Made You Look for something else. I agree with that, Ariel. I think that is a great title. That is a great title. Okay, enough of my chattering. We can keep chatting in the text chat, but we're going to go ahead and start the next sprint. I'm going to go back to checking, reviewing this contract, make sure I understand it and I get what we need for it. Yeah, so let's do it. Here we go. All right, that sprint's done. That sprint's done. How'd everybody do? Welcome in, Mandy. If you're really here, I'm not sure if you're really here. You haven't actually said anything in the chat. But I have been emailing back and forth about that contract. I mean, not a bunch. And also talking to the chairs of Multiverse about what I'm putting into place and what we're doing. And this is my own personal project. Is there is a medical group here in the Atlanta area that does medical for conventions. And I mean, they've been doing this for definitely since the pandemic, but I don't know if they were doing it before the pandemic also. I can't remember cuz what is time. But anyway, they basically set up a med bay that actually has like little rooms that are pipe and draped off, right? And they have these cots like if people need to lay down, but they're actual like first aid people, real medical responders like paramedics and EMTs and things like that. And also they have a mental health component. They've got several mental health counselors, and also for for people who are just having issues for whatever reason. And I've been wanting to bring them to Multiverse for a couple years, but and they're not super expensive. You don't have to pay for the people. You're paying for the insurance, basically. And you have to provide them rooms. And so altogether, including the rooms, it's going to be about $3,000. And right now, Multiverse, we've still got debt from the pandemic. So I'm planning to set up a GoFundMe for it, but I just have not had time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bankroll it. And then when I get the GoFundMe up in the next week or two, then, I'll pay myself back for whatever I, put out. I have already committed to put $500 in myself, which I'm obviously not going to do through GoFundMe because, I'll just do that directly. But yeah, so, and then anything we make over our goal will go toward the debt that we are still paying down. So anyway, so that's what this is about. And I wanted to make sure that I was the one held responsible for the money piece, even though the actual contract has to be with Multiverse as an entity. So yeah. Anyway, so that's that. So that's basically what I've been working on, talking to the chairs, talking to the medical group and stuff. So, yay, Mandy's here. Hi, Mandy. How are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. Rachel got day job work done. Her Twitch player keeps freezing, so I'm working along and suddenly realize I haven't heard from you in a while, and then realize I missed the last 30 minutes of the stream. Ugh, Twitch is the worst. Anita read over the beginning of the story and is satisfied. Nice. Also fixed someone who heisted when they should have hesitated. I feel like there are an awful lot of American criminals like that. They definitely should have hesitated instead of heisted. Yes, that is a lot. And the thing was, and I'm assuming you mean like the money portion. And the thing is, like it's going to be it's not going to be quite $3,000. $2,000 is for the actual thing. The rest of it is it needs to be 2 hotels for 2 nights each. So, or 2 hotel rooms for 2 nights each. So that's about another $1,000. So that money that they are charging really is like all of the people are actually volunteers. They're volunteering. We are not paying them. We are basically just paying for their insurance and their supplies. And the problem is it was actually supposed to be significantly less, but their insurance went up. Because of course it did. Because I live in the United States. And if people have not been bankrupted, then, the United States is unhappy. So anyway, all right. Mandy says, spent this morning supervising the setup of the SCA space at the local Renaissance Festival. Then the next hour on Discord, hand-holding people who should know how to do this and should have read all the reminder in the informational posts. Yes. Yes, that is literally the worst part of being an organizer, is the fact that people who you're relying on to do the stuff that they've signed up to do blow off what they're trying, and maybe they're not blowing it off, but like you give them everything that they need to do the thing that they need to do, and they still come back with questions about, not about what you just told them, but questions where had they read what you just told them, they would already know the answer and they wouldn't have to ask the questions. Yes, I feel you. I feel you. You are seen. All right, Ariel said breaks are good because I was able to come up with character flaw for one of my MCs. Yes. Yeah, you've always got to give your brain some time, some downtime. Valerie says, yeah, the money portion, it can be a good price for the service, but it's still a lot of dollars. It is. It is. But here's the thing. So this really came front of mind for me this year because at a con in May, I passed out. I wasn't drinking or anything like that. My blood pressure just dropped and I went down. And they were when I came to, they were like, and I know many of the people who work in the medical group. And one of them was there and she was like, Vanessa, what are you doing, hon? What are you doing on the floor? You okay? What's going on? Wake up, right? And so I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm on the floor. What just happened? And then within seconds there were two, and she was one of the, and she's a friend of mine. So, but she's one of the mental health professionals. So she wasn't actually doing anything physically with me, but within moments, two actual nurse type people or EMT type people were there. They were taking my blood pressure. They were checking my sugar. They were doing all the things you're supposed to do. They're asking me, what medications are you on? Da, 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 da. And I'm answering them all coherently. My brain is there. But and the thing that really was amazing, not amazing, but one of the things that was part of the importance of it is they asked before they did everything. Can I take your blood sugar? It will mean that I have to prick your finger. And, I would like to take your blood pressure. Can I put this cuff on you? And all this stuff. And so they, I was on the floor for I don't know. It felt like a really long time to me. It might not have been. But eventually they were like, do you feel okay sitting up? And so I was like, yeah, I think so. So I went to sit up and one of the girls literally stood behind me so I could lean against her legs. So I would have back support when she sat me up. They brought a wheelchair out. They wheeled me back into their, the med lab and into one of the stalls. That made me nauseous. I had to puke. They were because they gave me electrolyte water, which always makes me sick to my stomach. I shouldn't have drank it. I knew better. I should have just asked for regular water. But they had things, they had all the things and everything. And of course, obviously I was fine, but they took such good care of me, and they were kind and they cared about consent and all this stuff. So I really, really, really that made me be like, okay, they're coming this year. I don't care if I have to pay for that whole thing myself. So yeah. So anyway, okay. So Dalen says, plot the destruction of the world through ancient pact magic. I feel like the destruction of the world doesn't really need ancient pact magic, but that sounds cool. Then decided it was too much work and that in general people aren't that bad. Really? That has not been my experience lately. So send Asmodeus away, blue-balled, and left Earth intact. Not bad for a 20-minute sprint. You got a lot accomplished and unaccomplished. Excellent. Mandy said, should I bring lights for Friday night? That would be good. I have lanterns. Great. I need batteries for my personal lanterns. Hopefully you have time to pick some up. That's right. Exactly. I understand that completely. All right. Anyway, so I'm still in the midst of doing that, which means I still haven't sent out any of the director emails I needed to. So clearly I'm going to be working tonight after dinner. All right. So I'm just going to keep going. I feel like we're doing a thing. We're hanging out. We're having a good time. Y'all want to just keep going? We'll maybe go for another couple sprints at least, maybe 3. All right. I got 20 minutes on the clock, y'all. Let's get back into it. Here we go. All right. Come on back. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a conversation with one of my Discord admins about fixing. We lost a bot. One of our bots died. So we're going to have to add a new one. So we're also talking about new roles to add while they're having to reset up everything anyway. And thank you, Izzy, for the subscribe. You're awesome. You're awesome. Yes, I know. Rip bots. Yeah, it's apparently hasn't been working for a couple weeks, but I have not been as active in the channel in the server as I historically have been in the past because Dragon Con multiverse, all the things, cancer, all the things. So yeah, James, hello, my late friend. Welcome in. Welcome in. Um, so yeah, we're also looking at doing like pingable roles. So if you do like a role saying that you want to know when we have sprints or whatever, you'll get a ping when one of those things is mentioned in the events channel. The bot in the TWT Discord, the main bot, the one that does the roles and all that kind of stuff. So Ray is the one who takes care of the bot. So they're gonna, and like once they're home, they're currently just on their phones. So once they're home later today, they're gonna fix that up for us. They have been breaking my work toys. Damn technology. TJ says the stream froze and died for me mid-speech as you said the bot died. Well, that was good timing. Then all I get when it comes back is James. It's certainly James's fault. James says, oh, can there be a Chaos Goblin role for Sean, Leia, and I? No. No, there cannot. No, there cannot, because then other people are going to want, like, Hobgoblin roles, and I'm a high elf, and no, we're not doing that. I love you very much, but we're not doing that. That is a slippery slope, my friend. Anita says, I meant to pare the story down, ended up adding a scene. That's like my life. The mean god is luring the poor child with honey cakes. Not gonna lie, I'd also be lured by honey cakes. Dalen says, sprinters is something I'd like to ping when we do the almost random weekend sprints. Let's see, Valerie says, finished. That's a note. Thank you. Valerie says, finished a necessary email, sent some others, now finalizing a story edit. Someone else's, not mine. Great job. James says, I mean, it is probable that I broke something. Yes, I'm just going to blame it on you. Ariel says, I found a great line about genre expectations. Is the writing actually bad, or are you just trying to order a milkshake from a Home Depot? Yes, that feels accurate. So, all right, we're going to keep going because, I may as well hang out with y'all while I'm doing all these 8 million things and not doing the thing that I've been trying to get done for 2 days. But, there it is. I try to keep that in mind when I review. I wish more reviewers would keep that in mind. I literally got my worst review, which was a 2-star review on my smut. And this reader was recommended my book by another smut writer. And her big complaint in that review of my book, where she gave me 2 stars, was that I was not the other writer. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, Ariel says this was targeted at people who get mad at romance books for being too sappy or a horror ending in a tragedy, right? It's just like, what do you think would happen? Come on. Come on now. James says, yay, now I have some solace as I work on my least favorite report in the entire world. Yes, why are people like that? Ugh, this is why we can't have nice things. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what that means, James, but okay. All right, but let's get into it again because I was literally in the middle of writing a sentence to Ray about the new bot. So, 20 minutes. Let's do the thing. Here we go. And this time I'll actually mute my mic. Okay, y'all. That's the end of that sprint. We're going to do one more sprint, then we're going to wrap it up. So please feel free to check in. Let us know how you did. Uh, I have so many irons in the fire. Every time I get ready to focus on a thing, there are two or three different things that are happening elsewhere that I then need to address, and I'm afraid I'm gonna forget or they're gonna fall through the cracks. So I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing that. All right. Let's see. Daylin did paperwork for their job. Awesome. Good, good, good. Anita is editing slowly, but editing. Sometimes it's just slow. Oh, bye, Daylin. Thank you for stopping in today. I hope you have a great rest of your day. So one of the other things I'm doing is organizing in a couple weeks the Decatur Book Festival. TWT has a double booth there, and so we're discussing that also in chat. So all the things. James snuggled kittens and grabbed foods. Valerie, what food did you grab, James? That's what I care about. I mean, I also care about the kittens, but I can't snuggle them, so I can at least live vicariously through knowing what you ate. Valerie says story edit complete and emailed. Yay! Now doing contracts. We're going to give you a cheer. Good job. Good job. Leftover Chipotle. So I'm still eating leftovers from the restaurant we got the other night. Like tonight I will have my last. Like we literally spent $70 and we got 3 dinners for each of us. And my husband may actually have a 4th because he got a big platter. So that was, I feel like, a good use of our money. And also we didn't have to think about cooking. All right. Izzy says, water's back on, thankfully, so I can finish the laundry. It's always the worst when you need a shower. Like if you haven't showered, in a couple days or something like that. Or, or you've been out and been sweaty or whatever. And then you go in and you go to take a shower and you have no water. Ugh, that's the worst. Valerie says, I ate, but I am hungry again. So snack time. What are you snacking on? What are you snacking on? TJ is back. Here's food, then remembers they have a baked apple with mincemeat in the fridge. TJ vanishes into the real world to make some warm food. I am envious. Sun chips. That's hilarious because I was just going to say, I've got some sun chips. Valerie, I love you. Ariel is still brainstorming. Excellent. We love that. We love that. Yeah, Valerie, I just discovered that I really, really like the sun chips salsa flavor. Original is my preferred, but we had a big mixed box, and usually I do cheddar and the sun chips, the original sun chips. And I was like, well, let me try salsa. Because I like the taste of salsa, but I don't like tomatoes or onions when they're raw. So the chunkiness of it is not good for me. But man, those are tasty. I like them. Yeah, salsa is really good. Salsa is really good. I'm glad I decided to try it. Me and my youngest fight over salsa in this house. Yeah, so I think, I've got a couple regulars left, but now I'm going to do the French onion. It's not really one of my favorites, but we'll see. Ooh. All right. This is the last sprint of the stream. We'll have gone over an extra hour, so huzzah. We're going to have an ad in about 2.5 minutes, just as an FYI. And, it's really weird because none of my timed messages seem to be going through, and I don't know why. I have, messages on timers, about the Facebook group and the Discord and all that, but for whatever reason, since they updated the bot, although it's a much better layout and makes a lot more sense, it's more understandable, the new layout that they have, but it's not working right. And so I've got to figure that out, but I just don't have the spoons for that. I don't care for actual salsa, but I make an exception for sun chips. I like the taste of salsa, so whenever somebody has a chunky salsa, I'll dip my thing in it and straight out just so I have the wet part, but none of the chunk. I don't like raw tomatoes. I really don't like raw onions. And so yeah. I like cooked tomato, not tomatoes themselves, but like tomato based products. And I like cooked onions. But yeah, there's something about the texture of onions, like the crunch of them. I don't like it. I don't like the taste either. Yes, I need the smooth salsa. My aunt makes an excellent salsa and it's smooth. And oh, it's fabulous. Although it gives my husband really, really bad acid reflux, so we can't have it very often. So, anyway, okay, let's get on to it. Okay, 20 minutes, y'all. Let's finish this sprint up strong. Or this stream up strong. I am going to go find somebody for us to raid. We have an ad in less than a minute, so turn your volume down slightly. All right, y'all, here we go. Y'all, that one snuck up on me. Okay. How'd everybody do on that last sprint of the stream? Last sprint of the stream. We had a long stream today. All right. So while y'all are checking in, I'm going to go over the events of the coming week as I know them. If I can get my calendar to come up and get over to today. All right. Oh, excuse me. So tonight at 7 p.m., Amelia hosts her 30-minute writing sprints. She goes from 7 p.m. until 9 p.m. These are all Eastern time. Then tomorrow, I will be hosting, hang on. I've got a, okay. I will be hosting our usual Zoom co-working on Friday. It starts at 1 p.m. and goes to about 2:30. We do 2 30-minute sprints. We do not do 2 30-minute strips. That would be a really long strip. All right, 2 30-minute sprints between 1 and 2:30. Then at 7 p.m., Amelia hosts her 30-minute sprints again, but she goes from 7 till 9. On Saturday, we have our big 6-hour Twitch stream. So we will go from 11 a.m. Eastern time until 5 p.m. We will be doing writing sprints or work sprints, whatever you'd like, as well as just random shit. I might share with you a few games that I'm playing, you know, and I don't know. We'll see how it all goes. I'm just going to play it by ear. All right, so again, that goes from 11 until 5. Okay, then on Sunday, we have our usual Zoom chat at 7 p.m. If you have not as yet voted on the topic that you want to talk about, please pop into the Facebook group. And if you are not in the Facebook group, hopefully this will work. No? Oh, that's not how I do it. That's a different thing. There we go. That's how I do it. All right. There's a Facebook group. That's the only place to vote. I'm sorry. I can't keep track of it in multiple places. So Facebook group is where you vote. You go into the events section, and then you locate the Sunday Zoom chat event. And in there is a post where you can vote on the topic or topics of your choice. You can also suggest new topics. We are open to new topics. So if you have a thing you'd like us to discuss, then please, by all means, drop it there. All right. On Monday at 2 p.m., we have Sprints and Meditation with Mr. Joe Compton. He goes from 2 until 4. He does that on my YouTube channel, the Go Indie Now Twitch, and the Go Indie Now YouTube channel. So any of those. Okay. Then on Tuesday, we have Amelia's 30-minute writing sprints again. She goes from 7 till 9. On Wednesday, we'll be doing this again at noon. Noon to 3 or 4, or probably not 4 because I've got something I got to do at 8 o'clock, so I'm probably not going to make it a long one. Also, Thursday, we will not be having Twitch sprints because I have to take my mom in for her biopsy. So I'm going to take that off the calendar right now. All right. Okay, so that's the week. Let's see how everybody did that sprint. Let's see. Anita says the story is longer, but I think the opening is stronger. Excellent. Might be able to cut some on the back end. Certainly. Awesome. Oh, sorry. Ariel says I started trip planning, but then seeing my student loan bill killed that. Yeah. Yeah. I hate this timeline. All right. Anybody else got to check in? We're suddenly down to 6 viewers. We were in the double digits all day. And then now when we're gonna raid, we're down to 6. But that's okay. Small raids work. They're still raids. All right. So we're going to do Starborn Striker because we haven't seen her in a while and she's doing slightly longer sprints. I think she's on a break right now for a couple more minutes. So let's pop on over there. As always, thanks, y'all. Oh, you're not a downer. You're not a downer. The world is a downer. You are not. Anyway, thank you for being here, everybody. We will see you next week or maybe tomorrow if you pop into the Zoom chats or maybe Sunday. So anyway, have a great rest of your day. We'll see you later.
Did actual sword classes. So I do Writer's Troop. Welcome. I have attended actual, like, historical sword fighting classes where they show you, like, how to actually use a long sword and what is actually involved in, like, how longsword combat would have been. I have witnessed demonstrations by a friend of mine who is very good with the katana, so he knows all of the katana forms, and he is able to take